Salut les potes. Non, c'est pas ça, c'est ça. Bon bah on va essayer d'acheter un petit peu celui-là. Salut Vince. Ouais, ça va pas fort, mais bon. Journée de merde. Merci, merci. Bon, t'es arrivé où ici? Ah ouais, j'étais dans le couloir avec le... par contre, je sais plus trouver le lieu évoqué par votre mère. Ah oui. Ah ouais, mais là c'est vraiment la dose là. J'ai recommandé une carte mère pour refaire mon PC et c'est pas la bonne. Le mec m'a envoyé, il me certifie que c'est la bonne et puis non. Donc j'ai 30 balles dans mon cul. Là j'ai le téléphone qui pétait. Ouais, c'est bien, c'est tout. Ouais, c'est cool. C'est la totale quoi. C'est la totale. C'est la finale comme dirait l'autre. C'est la finale. Bon, j'ai trouvé un lieu qui a été cité par ma mère, je sais même pas c'est quoi. Donc c'est génial. Je sens que je vais encore tourner en rond comme un gogol. En plus là j'ai la manette qui commence à avoir du junk on drift, donc c'est cool. Donc il va falloir que je rachète une nouvelle aussi celle-là. Alors, objet, clé, machin, ouais, ça on s'en fout. Putain, ça c'est de la bibliothèque. La vache. Bonjour monsieur, je cherche le livre numéro 4 milliards 350 000. Oui, il est au-dessus. Il est tout là-haut, monsieur. Je vais vous le chercher, hein. Je l'aurai dans 50 ans, mais... Putain, ça c'est... Ça c'est de la collection, hein.
Actress, a millibars. Mother expressly forbade me from reading it.
Ta mère est toujours formellement interdite. Oui, oui, ça va, ça va, ça va, ça va, ça va. On vient ajouter à l'inventaire, hein. Et bien. Donc tu vois, ben, je pensais refaire mon PC, ben, je suis encore dans le fion, quoi. Donc je suis toujours avec sans PC pour le moment, et pendant je sais pas encore combien de temps. Et l'écran du téléphone qui est pété. Donc c'est cool. Voilà. C'est la fête. C'est la fête. Donc ici on se retrouve dans le hall principal. Ah oui, c'est le truc du scorpion, je sais plus quoi que j'ai trouvé. Non, la méduse, c'est la méduse, c'est la méduse. Je me rappelle, c'est le truc de la méduse. Le truc de la méduse, mais ça ressemble à quoi? Je sais même pas à quoi ça ressemble. Trouver la méduse. Mais la méduse, c'est quoi? C'est un tableau? Mais ça ressemble à quoi? C'est ça? Non, ça n'a pas l'air d'être tout à fait une méduse. Non, c'est pas ça. Oh là, l'accent anglais pourri, français là. C'est vraiment beau. Là-haut, je peux pas les atteindre. Donc c'est la méduse. Donc ça c'est Jésus, c'est pas ça. La méduse. Je vais d'abord fouiller la pièce, essayer de choper ce que je peux. Un livre. Ça c'est un tableau avec Jésus, ok, on a déjà fait le tour, c'est vachement plus petit que je pensais. Alors ici il n'y a rien. Là il n'y a que dalle. Là il n'y a que dalle, ok, j'ai tout pris, ok. Sur le fauteuil peut-être. Non, c'est bon. Bon, bah, ok, bah, on a tout volé. Allez, tourne, mais reste pas bloqué. Oh putain, mais sérieux quoi. Attendre. Je peux toujours pas. Bon bah laissez, allez. Oui, laisse-le, mais c'est trop, putain. Et j'ai pas la capacité pour aller le chercher. Bon, apparemment c'est pas dans la pièce ici. Donc c'est bien dans la pièce principale là. La méduse. Bon, c'est pas ça. Oh, ce putain de Joker Drift là que ça me casse les couilles. Ouais, bon, c'est pas ça non plus. C'est pas ça non plus. Ouais, c'est Molière, on s'en fout.
The king's posture is surprising. It's almost as if he's addressing someone in the assembly. Christ Crucified by Velasquez. Look, someone's left a note there. Reserved for the Duke of Alquidia. Ah, François Ier, Receiving the Holy Family, a painting by Raphael. Amber crystals.
Ah bah ça c'est bon à prendre aussi.
The Fall of Phaeton. Another painting by Rubens.
C'est pas ça non plus.
Poor Phaeton, struck by lightning for borrowing his father's chariot and losing control. The Company by Rembrandt.
La compagnie machin c'est pas ça.
Between Louis XIV and Philippe V. I wonder why Mortimer's particularly fond of this painting.
Bon, le tableau, la Méduse, parce que la Méduse c'est un tableau, ça j'en suis quasi sûr.
The Last Supper by Leonardo da Vinci. The last day before his crucifixion, Jesus announces that he will be betrayed by Celia.
Bon, Célia, bah, on a fait le tour. Ok, bon c'est pas là.
A painting with no name.
Tableau sans nom, c'est pas ça. C'est ça la Méduse? Ah, c'est pas une Méduse, ça c'est truc.
I've got to find out what Mother was trying to do with her. The Medusa.
Bah c'est pas la...
A hero armed with a sword? A hero with a lantern. And the last one holding a shield. I'll stake my life on it. All the statues form a single scene together. The poor devils are about to face the beast. Let's give them a helping hand.
Bon, c'est pas la Méduse, ça c'était... comment ça s'est dit la meuf là? Qui change les statues en pierre. Déverrouiller... oui.
Devil's Thorn. I'll keep it.
Bon. Analyser la statue. Pivoter la statue, s'écarter. Pas pivoter parce que je vais pas prendre tous les points maintenant. Vers l'autre. Et toi, tu vas aller vers la Méduse. Vers la Méduse. Je peux pas? Si? Si. Non, je peux pas. Donc vers toi alors. Ok, et toi? Vers l'épée, oui, c'est un peu logique. Bouclier vers l'épée. Et toi, tu devrais tourner vers le haut. Apparemment, c'est pas ça. Faire pivoter. Non. Non, retour. Oui, mais retour, s'écarter. Oh putain, mais sérieux quoi. Attends, l'autre c'est quoi? La lanterne. Alors toi, la lanterne, tu vas tourner vers l'épée alors. Voilà. Et toi, tu vas tourner vers la Méduse, c'est ça? Oui, pour te protéger. Oui, tu protèges ton regard de la Méduse, ouais. Et toi, tu devrais lui trancher la tête. Et je peux pas la mettre vers là, attends. Ok, donc toi c'est bon, c'est l'autre alors. Et toi peut-être vers la Méduse. Non plus. Ok. Bon, tant pis, écoute, on va prendre les points.
The mechanism is worn here. Whenever the shield is not turned toward the sword, the machinery freezes up. The statue must have been in this position most of the time, betrayed by the marks of time. So that makes it easy. The shield must face the sword.
Ok. Donc toi c'est vers l'épée. Ce que c'était un peu logique. C'est bien ce que je pensais. Et toi ce serait vers... Vers l'épée? Non, vers l'eau. Vers l'eau, vers l'épée plutôt. Parce que l'épée est de l'autre côté. Alors c'est l'autre. L'épée c'est vers le bouclier. Ou vers la méduse alors. Voilà. Oh, tout ça pour ouvrir ça? Putain. Ah non, d'accord.
Rah! For Pete's sake, Emily! You scared the pants off me. Don't ever do that again.
Well, keep your nose out of my business then.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Stop fooling around and tell me what you're doing here.
Retourner la question, répondre lui franchement. Botter en touche, lui retourner la question.
Oh yeah? So tell me what you're doing here.
Ça marche bien ça en général.
I mean,
Yeah, just like me.
Probably, but I asked the question first.
Well then, we'll pretend you haven't asked me yet.
What about a little gallantry, Louis? Come on, I'm listening. What are you doing here?
Ne rien lire, trouver les purettes. Arrêtez une seconde ce petit jeu, non. Les femmes d'abord. Ça me bouffer 2 points quoi. Difficulté 2. Étiquette, ouais, niveau 1, ouais. Là je suis toujours au niveau 1, ok.
Since you insist, Duchess, gallantry obliges this. Ladies first.
You just won't give in, will you?
I'm sorry, madam. It isn't in my nature.
Well, no matter. I'll tolerate your presence this one time. Now, since you're here, make yourself useful. Look around on your side. I'll do the same on mine. And if you find anything of interest, let me know.
Oh yeah, in your dreams. At your service, madam.
Bon, fouillez la pièce.
A golden fleece.
It's freezing. Hurry up.
Do you think that can really be Jason's golden fleece?
No. You are aware that Jason and the Argonauts is a myth, aren't you?
But Mortimer's been protecting this hide. It must be of great value, don't you think?
Certainly of historical value. This kind of hide is still used by gold diggers in Eastern Europe. Now you see how easy it is to obtain a legend.
Why do you have to act so nonchalant every time I show you something?
Louis, anyone can kill a sheep, rip off its hide, and say it's the golden fleece.
We're at Lord Mortimer's, not at some farmyard fair. You're just too skeptical.
And you have a tendency to believe anything. Talk about an unlikely pair.
Yet, you know opposites attract, don't you? An unofficial gospel? You'd be more likely to find this kind of book at the Vatican.
Nothing special. The library at Buckingham has 3.
The Gospel According to Judas, or How to Crucify Jesus as Part of God's Plan. You do realize that the contents of this book could undermine the very foundations of Christianity.
One more reason to leave it in the secret room of a lost manor on a private island.
Do you realize how important this book is?
Of course, but what I really want to know is how did it come to Morgan's
I was thinking the same thing about all the paintings and sculptures in the manor. I bet you've read them cover to cover.
Putain, tu vas me taper, teste pas la con là.
Really? I'm curious. Tell me, what part stood out the most to you?
The passage where Mary says to Joseph, "Hey, you, shut up."
In other words, you haven't even opened one.
Bon. Ok.
Hey, Mortimer is the author of this work. He talks about his passion for art. Guess what I found?
The Holy Grail.
Older than that.
A piece of Noah's Ark.
Not that old.
This could go on for hours. Just tell me.
Caesar's laurel wreath.
Stop! Don't put your grubby fat fingers on it.
You find my fingers fat?
At least put on some gloves.
Please note, my fingers are slim.
You were going to leave marks. My God, what an amateur.
Many a harpsichord players would love to have sexy fingers like mine.
Tell me where you took your infiltration classes so I can have your tutor executed.
Let's compare hands then. We'll soon see whose fingers are fattest.
No, I'm not going to compare hands with you. Let's just keep going.
Bad loser. Well, looks like a pamphlet on different political regimes, written by Mortimer himself. You should see this sword, Emily. It's magnificent.
I'm busy. Describe it to me.
It really does look like Joan of Arc's sword.
The famous Maid of Orleans. One of your favorite historical heroines.
You bet. Given the number of English butts she kicked.
And we all know where that got her. When you finished playing, maybe you can help me search the place?
Ouais, je te dirai fouiller après. D'abord, j'ai fouillé de mon côté. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on a d'autre?
A fragment of amber.
Encore un fragment, on va prendre. Mais je voulais pas aller.
Here's something interesting. A manor in
Bon,
Maine.
bah,
Hundreds
merci,
of
merci
acres
du Vatican
of
à la
land
con.
in Catalonia. Properties in Shanghai. Incredible. Some of these deeds are over 600 years old. And all signed by the hand of Mortimer.
I wonder if that's what inspired my mother's attention. How come all these documents have Mortimer's signature on them?
Do you think all these properties really belong to him?
Peut-être qu'il y aurait plusieurs mortiers, ouais, c'est pas con.
Several people have played the part of Mortimer, a part that has been passed down from generation to generation. Different men, but with one sole identity.
An intriguing hypothesis, and yet less twisted than some of my previous cases.
At last, you finally agree with me about something.
These documents are intriguing, but do you really think that's what attracted your mother's attention here?
And how do you know my mother was interested in this room?
I didn't know, I just supposed she was. And you just confirmed it. So, do you think she found what she came for?
I don't know. She was obsessed with Mortimer, and I must confess, these property deeds are troubling.
If that's the case, why would she have left them?
Once again, I don't know. We'll have to ask her when we find her. And what's your take? Why keep such a collection hidden in a secret room? Any thoughts?
Mortimer has every reason in the world to conceal it, even if only to keep it from people like us.
Hey, Emily, we're not thieves. We're only looking. I wonder why my mother didn't make it clear what she was interested in here.
She didn't have time to write it down, or maybe she wasn't sure of what she was looking for.
Or she wanted to protect her discoveries. It's disturbing.
You'll just have to search the rest of the room. Maybe you'll find something.
Ouais, bon, moi je vais nettoyer la pièce.
What is that you found?
A cameo pendant. What's going on?
Nothing.
For crying out loud, Emily, you lunged for that jewel like your life depended on it. Tell me what this is about.
No. We just met, Louis. I like you, but I can't just suddenly open myself up like a book to you.
Listen, Emily. It seems pretty obvious to me that you haven't come here for the sole purpose of sampling Mortimer's cellar. Stop all the clever evasions and just trust me.
And why the hell should I place my trust in you, Louis?
Moi je peux pas choisir ça, je peux pas choisir ça. Je peux choisir que ça. Non, même pas. Moi je peux rien choisir. Ok, bah génial.
At least this way things are clear. How do you expect me
Vraiment
to
bien.
open up to you at all if you can't even reassure me? Well, I'm prepared to trust you when it comes to choosing a French cheese, but I've nothing to gain by confiding in you any further than that.
Nothing to gain? Damn it, Emily. I'm only trying to help you. Stop needing to gain something all the time.
Because you think I need help?
Just like everyone. You have your strengths and your weaknesses. And there's no use pretending otherwise.
Ha! And I bet you found out where I'm weak, haven't you?
Occulisme.
Honestly, you don't seem to know all that much about the occult. I don't blame you. Not everyone can have bathed in it since childhood. But that's the point. You'd be doing yourself a favor if you trusted me. I'm sure I can be of more use to you than you think.
I am a highly skilled member of the Order and in the service of the Queen. Do you really believe I'm a novice when it comes to the occult? My dear Louis, sorry to be blunt, but you don't know what you're talking about.
D'accord, eh ben c'est mal barré.
I might have some weaknesses, but I don't need your help to overcome them. And I'm simply not contemplating collaborating with anyone at this time. Do you understand?
Yes,
Mais non,
it's
pas.
perfectly clear.
Mais putain, va chier. Manette de mort, je te jure.
Well spotted, Louis.
Putain, en plus c'est le bon choix en plus. N'importe quoi.
I know my weaknesses. I don't doubt that your abilities will be of use to me, but I already have all
Oh,
that.
bon, on va réussir.
My teammate.
Par hasard, mais on l'a
Is
réussi.
there any chance you might tell me who he
N'importe
is?
quoi.
No, I've already said too much. Consider yourself lucky I've even given you this much. It's extremely rare, believe me.
Come on, don't stop now that you've come this far. You know that eventually I'll end up making you talk.
Well, since no one can resist you, let's see if you can guess who my partner is.
You're a gambler. So, your partner is...
Je laisse savoir.
It's as obvious as it is surprising. You're my mother's hard-hitting...
Prends au hasard, parce que là...
God, do you really believe the nonsense that comes out of your mouth?
Well,
Allez, c'est bon, on a tout foiré. Magnifique, allez, au revoir.
Sorry, Louis, your mother is not my partner.
Bon, c'est un homme alors, son père. Son vieux mari, un membre de l'ordre, ouais, pourquoi pas.
chances are, you're working with a member of the Order.
The only members of the Order other than ourselves are your mother and Mr. Washington. The former has sadly gone missing. As for the latter, I knew
Bon, de leur
nothing
voix
of
qui
his
va, c'est pas ça non
arrival.
plus apparemment.
Incidentally, you must have noticed how inefficiently
Allez,
our
salut,
Order
casse-toi.
communicates internationally. Right, time is short. You haven't convinced me. I prefer to remain discreet. Don't take it the wrong way. All I can tell you
Oh,
is
toi,
I'm
c'est pas là que
looking
ta
for my
pub. Je sais
sister.
pas si t'as vu que c'était dans le titre,
And
c'était
if I
marqué là que ta
reacted so
pub. Mais
strongly
bon.
at the sight of the cameo pendant, it's because I thought it belonged to
C'est
her.
bien d'avoir 18K, mais c'est pour
But
ça
it
que je...
doesn't.
I understand. I won't insist.
It's time to leave.
Il est temps de partir, ouais. On a même pas le temps de fouiller la pièce. Mais bon, c'est pas grave. Ouais.
So, what do you think of our first adventure?
I must admit, it has been fun by your side.
Same
Très
here.
débloqué enquête, ok.
Oh, she's been drinking too much again.
Louis, I need to talk to you right now.
Good evening, Elizabeth. Actually, this is not a good time.
I'm begging you, please don't leave me alone.
I'll be waiting for you in your room, but don't be late.
I was sure there was a certain je ne sais quoi between us.
Louis, we need to talk now.
Ouais, là il faut que je rejoigne l'eau de la chambre.
Elizabeth really needs me, but if I start talking to her, for sure Emily won't wait for me. What should I do? Excuse me, Elizabeth, but some very urgent business has cropped up. We could speak tomorrow.
No, Louis, don't leave me alone. They've come back.
Good night, madam.
Well, Louis, you took your sweet time. What did our poor Elizabeth want?
Rien d'important, que faites-vous là?
The truth is, I really don't have the slightest idea. But I thought all of that could wait until tomorrow.
That young girl seems very...
Emily? Have I misunderstood something here? What are you doing in my room?
And for a while now, the question has been nagging at me.
And that explains why I now find you here, in my bed. Go ahead. Ask me the question that's been burning at your lips.
I know your mother was here to meet someone, but I can't figure out who.
Oh. So that's what's been hiding behind all this.
We are both members of the Order, Louis. Let's try to be honest with each other. I have followed with great interest your affair in Paris. In connection with Mr. von Borchardt. You managed to steal something from him, if I'm not mistaken.
Are you talking about the Book of All Mysteries? Al-Azif?
That's right, Louis. A valuable bit of plunder, isn't it?
Yeah. When we finally found it, we took it.
And where is the book right now?
Amazingly, it's right here. Mother took it with her when she came.
This is quite fascinating. But just what did Sarah expect to accomplish?
My mother
here?
came here to find out who von Borchardt planned on selling the book to.
And did she find out?
I have no idea, but I think she thought it would be someone invited to Mortimer's next party.
You mean one of us here now?
That's what I think. It wouldn't be you, by any chance.
Unfortunately, no. I was planning to steal it myself. Thank you for all this information, Louis. Right, enough chatting. Come and join me instead.
c'est mignon. Ils vont faire crac crac.
I have to go, Louis. I don't want anyone finding me here in the morning.
You're right. Well, have a good day.
Ah ça y est, ils ont fait crac crac, maintenant je tutoie.
See you tomorrow,
Lol.
rested and ready.
Sure thing.
Vraiment beau.
Lord Mortimer, Monsieur de Richet. At last we meet.
Bon. Vigilant, faudrait peut-être aussi que j'améliore ça déjà pour commencer. Ça serait déjà pas mal. Et politique. Ça c'est l'obscurescence politique. C'est déjà la politique, c'est ça? Donc ça c'est diversion. Science. Et politique, je fais pas dans politique. Putain. Ça peut être intéressant aussi, traduire des textes. Ça c'est quoi ici? Diversion. Ah, politique, voilà. Voilà, bon, on avance un petit peu. Ah bon, on a fini la première partie, enfin une des premières fins. Donc c'est plutôt cool. Choisissez une enquête. Le prologue, où est ma mère? Et l'autre, la joie et tout, c'est trop dit. Et ici c'est quoi? Ah oui, c'est avec l'autre. Ouais, par contre là c'est un peu chaud. Celui-là il est un peu trop chaud pour l'instant. Donc je prendrais peut-être bien... Attends, ici j'ai tout fait, et là il m'en manque deux. Donc on va continuer. Où est ma mère? Parce que j'ai loupé un truc. Même deux je crois.
How many times must I tell you? You must never put your life on the line for me.
Mother has always had a fascination for Lord Mortimer, but has never wanted to tell me why.
We are doing our utmost to find your mother as quickly as possible. Without your mother, hundreds of men have gone to the guillotine.
All I can tell you is I'm looking for my sister.
Do you believe your mother capable of torturing a child?
An agreement for COINOPS. Lord Mortimer assured me that you are to take over the project on behalf of your mother.
Johann Christoph von Wulmer, minister
Putain les accents, je te jure, c'est vrai.
and Jacques
À couper au couteau. Hein. Ça sent que c'est un jeu français. Hein.
I do apologize for being late. I was obliged to clear up some urgent business.
Alors, vos lectures, ouais. Ouais, putain, il manque quand même pas mal, quoi. Ok, bon, ben, écoute. Équiper, relire. L'autre fois, j'avais pris celui là au-dessus. Et ici, c'est quoi? Plus jeune Walter, non. Ça, c'est... Réflexion sur la Révolution de France, ouais, c'est pas mal. Penser sur l'art, non. Vie parallèle, c'est pas trop le cas maintenant. Attends. Bien c'est entre les hommes, ouais, ça peut être sympa aussi ça. Discours de la méthode. Et celui-là c'est... En ici, ouais. En logistique, mais non. Là, de toute façon, je peux rien d'intéressant là pour l'instant. Là, je peux gagner un point en sciences. L'autre, c'est quoi? En conviction. Ouais, ça... Oculisme, ça j'ai déjà fait. Manipulation. Non. Psychologie, l'autre c'était quoi? Méthode. Ouais. Psychologie, ça peut être sympa aussi ça, mais bon. On va plutôt prendre... la conviction. Et on va prendre... Psychologie. En psychologie, c'était pas mal. En éthique, j'ai bien avancé aussi. En logique, c'est pas très intéressant. L'éthique, on s'en fout un peu. La science, et va pour la science. Va pour la science.
At last we meet, Monsieur de Richet. Do you mind if I call you Louis?
Please do.
Thank you. I wish to apologize wholeheartedly, Louis. I made you cross the seas, and I wasn't even here to welcome you.
J'ai dû reprendre très rapide devant.
When I asked you to join us here, it was of course in the hope that you would help us find your mother. However, there may be some new developments.
Attends. Ouais, ça c'est le plan, ça on s'en fout, c'est pas ça que je cherche. Non, les traits, c'est pas ça. C'est ça. Ah bah ça va, on a bien avancé sur celui-là aussi, ça c'est plutôt pas mal. Ça c'est plutôt pas mal là. Et c'est surtout en politique qu'il faut que j'avance aussi. Donc là il me manquera 2 points. Là il me manque 1 point. Et là 1 aussi. Là il en manque 2. Et là il en manque 3.
but I don't know if they are linked to your mother. We have found Elizabeth Adams' body in her room. I'm afraid she was brutally murdered, stabbed several times.
I can't believe it. We bumped into each other last night on our way to bed.
Yes, I know. Duchess Hillsborough informed us that she accompanied you at the beginning of the evening. You apparently bumped into Miss Adams, who wanted to speak to you. We are told you turned her away, and she went away on her own.
That's correct.
Do you know what she wanted to see you about, by any chance?
Malheureusement pas, elle semble confuse.
Not in the least.
Pity. The poor child was probably trying to find help.
I thought it could wait until tomorrow.
Apparently not. Louis, I shan't hide the fact that this tragedy puts me in a very delicate situation. I cannot risk upsetting the smooth operation of our next conference. But the case cannot remain unaddressed. I must
Allez,
reassure
putain,
my
mais
guests,
sélectionne.
and justice will be done. And for that to happen, I must ask for your help.
Why's that?
You met Elizabeth. You spoke together, I believe. She trusted you. Listen, Louis. Find out who could have committed this murder. I refuse to believe that one of my guests is the murderer. I want to know who is responsible for this. And I trust you. You have my backing. You must stop at nothing. Can I count on you?
Of course. How would you like me to proceed?
Maybe you could start by going to the scene of the crime. Elizabeth was attacked in her room.
C'est du crime, ouais. Y a-t-il des suspects, on dirait?
Right.
Ouais, on va y aller direct.
Thank you, Louis.
Parce que l'autre fois j'avais demandé s'il y avait
Once
des
you've
suspects.
finished, come back and let me know your findings. I'll
Donc
be
là,
waiting.
on va s'y rendre direct, on verra bien.
And Louis, you've got permission to search through the guests' rooms. They've all been notified and they agree.
Ok, bon. On va d'abord fouiller un peu ici. C'est encore des trucs à choper. Oui. Oh le bug, oh le bug, oh le bug. Un russe? Non. C'est pas là, il fait ta pub, les gars. Allez, ciao. Et ton pote avec. Cru. Moi j'aurais pensé à russe plutôt. Deuxième lettre, seconde lettre, celle-là. Non. Retour. Première lettre. Il n'y a pas de E. Non, pas celle-là, putain. Oh, l'autre. Celle-là. On va laisser comme ça, on verra bien. Parce que là, j'ai pas trop capté ce que je vais faire. Par contre, on peut prendre ça. Ah oui, ça c'est des trucs, ça. Il y en avait un là, putain. Ah, il y a un rubis en plus. Bah vas-y, hein. Au calme. Donc ça c'est les lettres, ça on s'en fout pour l'instant. Il n'y a que dalle. Apparemment là il n'y a rien. Là il n'y a rien non plus.
Carmelite water will give me a little reprieve.
Le mec il fouille au calme alors que l'autre est là, tranquille quoi. Ok, lui je suis détruit d'avoir sa gueule et tout, il s'en branle. C'est beau, c'est vraiment beau. Alors il y a un truc qui sonne, mais je sais pas c'est quoi. Mais il reste pas bloqué dans le décor, putain. Non, non, pas descente maintenant. Ça.
Dante's Purgatory. What is your mind presumed to flight?
Ouais,
So you're still like
je l'avais déjà.
the worm before it's attained its final form. Charming.
Ça on s'en fout. Allez, casse-toi. Ok, bon, bah alors ici, je pense que je vais tout récupérer. Hein. Là c'est bon, ça c'est la lettre, donc ça on s'en fout. Et là je vais tout récupérer. Ok. Donc on va refaire une fois le tour pour être sûr. Ça c'est le bouquin, on l'a lu. Ça c'est bon. Là il n'y a plus rien. Là je peux lui parler, mais je lui parlerai plus tard. Voilà. Ça je l'avais déjà aussi ça. Là c'est le bureau, ouais. Ok, c'est là qu'il faut que j'aille. Ouais, le rebol ça sert pas à grand chose. Du moins pour l'instant. Mais bon, on va quand même le prendre.
A nightmare painted by Fusil in 1781.
Ok. Bon bah ok. Là il y a un truc qui sonne mais je n'arrive pas à voir c'est quoi. Tableau? Non? Non. Putain mais c'est quoi qui sonne là? Oui ouais. C'est quoi j'avance ici? Putain je sais pas ce que c'est. Bon bah tant pis. c'est déjà pas mal. On va aller voir l'autre. C'est pas la bonne chambre ça aussi.
Monsieur Napoléon Bonaparte.
Non. Si. C'est bien ça là.
My dearest son, I'm writing to...
Ok. Tableau, on s'en fout pour le moment, c'est les objets qui m'intéressent pour l'instant.
My dear Napoleon, there's just one holster in Bonaparte's gear, and the pistol is missing. On the other hand, his cleaning equipment is in mint condition. That's typical of a soldier in it.
French actor Talma is Nero in Britannicus, the last emperor of the Caesar dynasty.
It's a beautiful weapon. A lovely damask blade. It's marked with the initials of the manufacturer in Versailles.
Monsieur de Richet, please be quick. We are both very busy.
Did you hear about young Elizabeth?
Indeed, it is deeply regrettable.
Lord Mortimer asked me to...
I know. You no doubt want to know my alibi. I spent the night downstairs playing cards.
Can you tell me who was present at the game, please?
Well, there were Lord Mortimer, President Washington, and Sir Gregory.
Thank you.
Ah, and His Eminence Piaget as well. Excuse me, I nearly forgot him. Poor soul.
What time did the game end?
I can't say exactly. As for me, I must have stayed until midnight. I was exhausted, couldn't think straight. So I preferred to go up to bed.
On your way up to bed, did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
No, not in the least. The whole manor was sound asleep.
Not really, no.
Did you notice anything unusual during the evening?
Nothing at all, except the luck of the devil of Lord Mortimer and Sir Gregory at cards.
Did they win much?
Oh la la, monsieur, they cleaned us out more like. But I plan on getting it all back before we leave.
Did any of you leave during the game?
Not that I know of, monsieur. I didn't exactly spend my time noting the other guests' comings and goings, but I don't think so.
Thank you.
Well, have we finished, monsieur?
Exactly. Thanks again for all your answers. Good day. Duchess Emily Hillsborough. King George III in coronation robes. Nice touch for the room of an English duchess.
Dear E, I received.
Grammar of Port-Royal. Ah, the artistry of the French language and all its splendor. Whoever masters French commands the world. At least, une partie of it. A letter from William the Younger addressed to Emily. He's the present Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Emily has indeed some powerful backers. Madam. Two coils circle the lock.
Dear Gregory.
I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later.
Dear Gregory.
I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later. A letter from William Pitt the Elder addressed to Emily. He was the English Prime Minister. This letter dates from 15 years ago. A devil's thorn, to be used to uncover the best disguised traits.
What can I do for you, Louis?
I've come to see you about last night's tragedy. Did you hear anything about what happened to Elizabeth?
Yes, we all did. Rumors spread quickly, you know. How awful. I didn't know her well, but I hope at least the poor thing didn't suffer too much.
she didn't have time. I'm afraid Miss Adams was stabbed several times.
Good God. What a tragedy. Do you know what happened exactly?
In fact, Lord Mortimer has asked me to look into this case, Emily.
Really? Are you Lord Mortimer's snoop now?
I'm doing it for Elizabeth, not to please Mortimer.
Good for you. Quite right, too. Have you found out anything?
Did you and Elizabeth get to know each other?
I must admit, Louis, I didn't take much interest in her. I feel a bit guilty about it, but I never actually spoke to her. She seemed burdened by her problems, and as she wasn't invited to the conference, I didn't really seek her out.
I won't keep you alone. Thank you for answering my questions.
See you, Louis.
Duke Manuel Godoy.
Lui, je peux pas y aller, tiens.
Huh, that's me.
Je peux pas y aller non plus. Non plus, ok. Il n'y a pas d'interaction. Je peux y aller, c'est qui ça?
President George Washington.
George Washington. Ouais. On va aller faire un tour chez lui. Il est là? Ouais, il est là-bas. Il est bien là. Bon. De l'ambre, ça c'est bon à prendre.
My dear George, I'd like to invite you to join.
Ouais, c'est proche donc.
It looks like a note between Emily and Washington about trade deals. The English and the Americans are preparing a peace treaty. It would appear that Emily is in secret discussion with Washington about reopening trade between the United States and England. If such an arrangement came into being, France would suffer dearly.
Greetings, Louis.
Mr. President, you can guess why I'm here.
Of course.
Lord Mortimer has sent me to ask you a few questions about last night.
It's... How am I going to tell Elizabeth's father that she's dead?
I know, Mr. President. I shall endeavor to find out the truth about this tragedy. I must ask you to help me, though. Please.
Find the degenerate pig who did this, Louis.
I'm talking to all the guests to find out who has an alibi and, well, who doesn't, Mr. President.
Can you tell me what you were doing last night so that I can strike your name off the list?
I spent the night right here, reading.
All night?
Exactly. Emily stopped by in the middle of the night, you can ask her. She wanted to talk about some business we have in common.
Anything whatsoever to do with Elizabeth?
Not at all, Louis. A business matter.
I shan't keep you any longer, Mr. President.
Feel free, Louis. If there's anything I can do, just ask.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Washington a menti. Oh merde, ça porte. Reviens, allez. Oh putain. C'est l'autre.
Carmelite water. They say that if you drink this, it gives you a real boost. Portrait of George Washington.
Greetings, Louis.
Are you all right, Mr. President? Are you feeling all right?
Oh, don't worry. It's this rotten toothache. What do you expect? I'm the spring chicken now.
Tell me, Mr. President, had you spoken to Elizabeth since your arrival? You know her father. You thought she was dead.
No, I didn't. And I believe I'll be taking my remorse with me to my grave. I wanted to, but I didn't know where to begin.
You can't blame yourself. You couldn't have known that her days were numbered. I shan't keep you any longer, Mr. President.
Feel free, Louis. If there's anything I can do, just ask.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Bon, là, y a rien. Ok, bon, bah, tant pis. On va essayer de trouver la chambre de l'autre maintenant. Attends, je vais d'abord aller voir la chambre ici. Puis après on ira faire le rapport. Et ce serait déjà pas mal là.
There are numerous marks on the body. She must have fought like a lion. It couldn't have happened without a lot of noise. There are also a number of old scars. People who scar themselves in this way generally do so to relieve some kind of psychological suffering. By trying to master the pain, they establish their self-control. Symbol of Masons? What's that doing here? She had the Sigillum de Ameth tattooed on her. The symbol of the living God, written in the language of angels, according to believers. It is rare for someone to know about symbols like this at her age, unless her mother was a tutor. No wounds, but blood on the right hand. Nothing on the left except that tattooed symbol. This pinnacle is a trap. The wearers of the pinnacle thought that they were protected from evil by surrounding it inside the different circles of the pinnacle. No marks or bruising around the wrists. It doesn't look like she was tied up or held by force. I see no sign of bruising on the skull. The only clue is a scar from a previous craniectomy. Poor Elizabeth, she must have been very young when she went through all that. That's torture. She also has old scars around the neck, maybe mutilations. She bled from the nose. There's signs of bleeding, but I don't see any traces of bruising. What a strange smell. The breath. It smells of alcohol and of laudanum. Who use it to relieve pain. Blood, but no trace of blows on the legs. More tattoos, similar to those on the rest of her body. Let's see. No trace of sexual assault or rape. Blood on the right hand.
La main du café.
Nothing on the left except that tattooed symbol. Clock stopped at 3:54. If it was smashed during the murder, then I've just established the time of the crime. That would clear Emily de facto because she was still with me at the time. The lower part of the handle is unsullied by blood. The murderer gripped the weapon so tight that there's no blood where he held it. The handprint indicates a small and slender hand. The blade is short and thin, well sharpened, apparently. It's covered in blood, still fresh. Knocked over a bottle of wine. What plonk is that? Hey, it's a Bordeaux. That's a Chateau de Briand. It's a great wine. I don't know what's happened to this wine, but it's undrinkable. Vials of laudanum. Large quantities could knock out a bull. Could Elizabeth have been drugged? If the body wounds are anything to go by, then clearly not. She put up a fierce fight. Blood spatter indicates that the murderer must have held Elizabeth upright during the attack. Even if Elizabeth wasn't very big, I doubt she wouldn't have put up a struggle. It takes tremendous strength to overpower someone like that. Piece of fabric, high quality at that. I'd say it's silk. Going by the texture and the gray hue, it must come from a dress, that kind that women of quality wear. It's a travel dress. The silk has been lightly waxed to protect it from bad weather. And I know the very woman who came up with the idea, given all the traveling she does. My mother. God help us. Why did she come here in the first place? The material appears to have undergone abnormal wear and tear. She must have been scouring the countryside, and that doesn't look good. A pistol? Fairly new, I'd say. And judging by the weight of it, fairly light. It's extremely well maintained. The barrel is perfectly clean. It isn't loaded, and there's no traces of gunshot residue. I'd conclude that it hasn't been used recently. There's a few dried traces of blood on the grip. Difficult to know for sure how they got there. A tribute engraved on the barrel. To the liberators of France. Right. I shall have to find its owner. "3rd of November. June 11th, 7 p.m. A notebook written in Elizabeth's handwriting. It is written in a mix of several languages. It's medieval Latin, well enough to translate a bit. "He's coming. The demon is upon me. He's coming back to kill me. There she is. Death has come to finish me off. I've just run into her son." That was her last entry. What tortured writing. A pentagram. What the hell's been going on here? Contrary to what most people believe, the pentagram's not there to conjure up, I don't know what evil or demonic creature. With the point toward the top, the pentagram is an ancient symbol of protection against evil. Many esoteric rituals are based on this shape. Could Elizabeth have been sacrificed during an occult ritual? My dear Elizabeth,
Has Sir finished with this room?
no, I haven't gone over everything yet.
Sir may take his time, and Sir would like to leave. Sir has only to tell me.
D'accord. C'est là juste m'ouvrir la porte. Ok. Bah ça va pas me servir à grand chose. Hein. Salut Kéros. Bon, ça va, c'est pas les mieux. Et toi, comment tu vas? Depuis le temps. Bon, bah c'est bon, on a tout vu.
Has Sir finished with this room?
I know enough now. Thank you.
Allez, on a fini. Tu peux ouvrir la porte.
Whenever need be, I shall guard the door.
Ok, bon, on va faire mon rapport.
Good day, Monsieur de Richet.
Mr. Volner, are you looking for anything in particular? Next to Elizabeth's room?
No, nothing special.
Indiquer qu'il louche. Parler d'abord d'Elisabeth. Ne rien dire pour le moment. Que faire de ouais, on n'a rien fait.
You have to go back to your room, as Lord Mortimer asked you to.
And may I know why you yourself are not in your quarters?
For very sad reasons, sir. Which only concern Lord Mortimer, the only person I'm accountable to.
Oh, well, look at you. The new right-hand man. I see. I shall leave you now, sir. I will return to my room.
Ok. Ok. Voilà, il n'y a plus rien, j'ai tout pris tout à l'heure. Enfin hier plutôt, pas avant-hier. Enfin le jour d'avant. Là c'est la chambre de qui ça?
George Washington.
Ça c'est bon, j'ai été fouillé, ok. Bon, on n'a plus qu'à remonter, aller voir l'autre. What? Ouais, non, ça s'en fout, ça je vais voir aussi. Je pense savoir qui c'est, mais j'ai un doute quand même, mais bon, on va tester. On va tester. toi là-bas? Non? Bon, j'ai rêvé. J'ai rêvé, bon. Ok, je peux pas descendre.
Monsieur Jacques Perru.
Ouais, Jacques Perru, non, ça m'étonnerait. Ah, quoique, un quoique.
Monsieur Napoléon Bonaparte.
Non, ça j'ai été voir, donc c'est ça que j'ai loupé. Ah, Jacques Perru, ouais, c'est toi. Ouais, non, c'est pas toi.
What do you want from me, de Richet?
Greetings. It's fallen to me
Cut
that...
the crap! Get to the point. We both know why you're here.
And have you got anything to tell me?
What does it matter? It's too late anyway. Do what you have to do and get out.
Bon, on va quand même fouiller la chambre parce qu'on peut toujours récupérer des trucs intéressants.
A pattern with 4 circles.
Moi j'avais dû récupérer ça.
Dear Monsieur Perru, I'm writing it right.
Ouais, ouais.
Retrieve everything.
Le 7 premiers épisodes, ouais.
Hey, a Russian ruble. I wonder what it'd be worth today.
Pour moi ils sont un peu en dessous de la saison 3, mais bon. On verra ce que ça donne dans les prochains épisodes, hein. Dans les 2 derniers quoi. Vu qu'il en reste plus que 2. Puis après il aura une saison 5, puis on verra bien.
Great, honey.
Miel, ouais, cool. Tout ça pour du miel. Bah oui, j'avais déjà fouillé cette chambre là. Pourquoi est-ce qu'il m'a pas sauvegardé? Par contre, je me rappelle plus qu'il était dedans lui.
Dear friend.
Ouais, les lettres s'en fout. On n'apprend rien pour l'instant avec ça.
Records of the police. Notes intended for the police lieutenant of Paris. It's a list of people under surveillance in Paris. And there's some well-known names on it. This is valuable information. This shouldn't be lying around.
J'espère juste que, comment, le rôle de Robert Englund, donc le père de 1 là, tu vois, sera un peu plus exploité dans la deuxième partie, parce que là, c'est un peu moyen. Hein. J'espérais qu'on allait revoir Freddy, même pas. Donc un peu dégoûté par rapport à ça, mais bon. Le reste, on verra. On verra bien. Donc la lettre est trouvée, ça c'est bon, là il n'y a rien. Ouais, tableau, on s'en fout. Là il y a un truc là-dedans. Là je peux pas le prendre. Ça c'est la lettre, ok. Les tableaux, on s'en bat les steaks pour l'instant. On a trouvé le principal tout à l'heure. Ouais. Là je peux pas sortir. Ok, bah c'est bon, on bat ta chambre. On a fouillé. Merci monsieur, au revoir monsieur. Là il n'y a rien qui traîne. Là normalement il n'y a plus rien parce que j'ai déjà tout fouillé l'autre jour. Rien non plus, ok. Ici c'est là que je dois remonter. C'était le côté, je sais plus. Je sais plus. Ouais, c'est ça. parti.
I've come to speak about the findings of the investigation, my lord.
I'm listening, Louis.
Rappelez-moi les informations que nous avons.
Will you remind me of the facts we already know about?
Elizabeth Adams was killed last night, but Piaggi was with Holm and I until late at night. As for Bonaparte and Washington, they left us after midnight, both tired.
Hey.
I believe I've identified the murderer.
Really, Louis? All right then. Please think carefully before you give me your answer. This is a very, very serious accusation.
C'est un homme parmi les invités. C'est pas Perru. C'est pas Napoléon. Putain, je sais plus le nom de l'autre là. Le cardinal. Ouais, je crois. Non, c'est pas le cardinal. C'est lui. Voilà. Ça doit être ça.
What proof do you have against him?
He did try to squeeze information out of me about Adams.
Just as any worthy guest would do. Have you anything else?
C'est me faire parler.
No, I think that's enough to accuse him.
It's a bit light, but I shall speak to Gregory about it and compare your findings with other information. Given the distinguished guests and the political issues involved at the conference, I trust you will leave me to conclude the case in my own way. Right. It's time we spoke about your mother, Louis.
She seems to be making every effort to steer clear of your guests.
What do you mean?
For the past few weeks, my mother's been playing cat and mouse, if you will. I don't know why, but it wouldn't surprise me to learn that she's trying to avoid someone. The question is, who?
And in your opinion, would she be the cat or the mouse?
Knowing my mother, she would be the cat.
That doesn't make me feel any better, Louis.
What was the official reason why my mother came to your island?
I knew about your mother's activities, and yours, in the Golden Order. I thought we had everything to gain by working together.
You mean the cannon deal with Monsieur Bonaparte?
Among others, yes. How did you hear about that?
Monsieur Bonaparte came to speak to me about it yesterday, during lunch.
I see. So impetuous. He was supposed to let me speak to you about it first. Our friend Napoleon desperately needed financial with his own. I took it upon myself to back him because I have a firm conviction that he can go far.
We shall see. However, there's one thing that surprises me.
Ouais, tu vas attendre 2 secondes. Je suis en train de faire autre chose, ouais, c'est ça, je regarderai après.
Isn't Bonaparte a bit young to deserve so much attention?
Well, you come straight to the point. I like that. Indeed, if you knew just how much you remind me of him. Trust me, I'll wager that Monsieur Napoleon will soon prove himself. I'm working on it, at least. Once this deal was closed, I had big plans for Sarah.
Such as what?
You see, I've invited several influential figures on my island to present them with a project at the conference. It will be presented later today. I thought that the Golden Order had a role to play, and I still think so. I was hoping Sarah would be able to join us.
I see.
Indeed, if by chance your mother decided not to return to us before the conference, would you do me the great honor of attending? If only to follow the deliberations while waiting for her to duly take her seat.
Why not? We shall see.
Ah, thank you so much. In this way, you will be able to keep your mother informed of what he said. There's something else I'd like to brief you over. Earlier, you asked me the official reason for your mother's presence here. Is there an off-the-record reason why your mother came here?
If only my mother had trusted me, but she remained very mysterious. I'd have been delighted to answer your question.
Is this usual for her?
As head of the Order, secrets are her bread and butter, as you can imagine. That said, it's the first time she hasn't let me in on the reason for her trip. And it intrigues me, to tell you the truth.
Well, I'm sure that Sarah will explain everything once she reappears. There's something I still don't get. In your opinion, why would your mother remain in hiding over several weeks?
Maybe she found something out.
What do you mean?
My mother has a gift for investigating. If she had picked up a lead, nothing would have stopped her.
The only thing I can tell you is that Sarah had indeed changed. At the beginning of her stay here, we enjoyed spending time together, solving the world's problems.
You seem to know my mother very well, my lord. What did you talk about together?
Oh, as soon as we had a little free time, we liked to share points of view about practically any subject. We would find ourselves embarked on interminable discussions that could go from Monsieur Blanchard's flight in a hot air balloon to the Treaty of Jassy, or the adoption of the metric system in France last year, or even Mr. Eli Whitney's invention in the United States.
The armistice between the Russians and the Turks. Russia's come out of it having officially won Crimea, which gives it direct access to the Black Sea.
And, at the same time, the Mediterranean Sea. I'm worried about the decisions Tsarina Catherine might decide to take. She's a woman who managed to get rid of her husband to accede to the upper reaches of power. Gaining access to the Mediterranean Sea remains her main objective. When she still had that dear Potemkin as her lover, I could always find out about her intentions, but those days are over.
You're speaking of Grigory Alexandrovich Potemkin?
The very man. The little devil behind the mother of all Russians. Since his death, I know absolutely nothing of what the Tsarina is up to.
Oh, really?
Ah, yes. I didn't mean to shock you. Please forgive me. Let's just say that, in my position, it is often advantageous to know about the habits and customs of world leaders.
I'm surprised she didn't get you started on the Crusades. It was her favorite subject.
Are you joking? Sarah and I spent entire days together reliving them. It so happens that the Crusades are also my subject of predilection, especially the third. My ancestor distinguished himself brilliantly during the siege of Saint-Jean d'Acre.
Mother lulled my childhood with tales of the Crusades. How Richard the Lionheart and Philip Augustus had to battle it out to achieve their ends. And how Guy de Lusignan, having broken his word, launched the siege of Saint-Jean d'Acre.
Oh, I see Sarah's lessons have inspired new enthusiasts. Good on you, because not everyone can claim they know as much at your age. Your mother is a very well-read woman. We're quite lucky to have her as a model, Louis.
Yes, I know, but I'm still very worried.
I must admit, there are worse things to worry about now, Louis.
What do you mean?
Since she disappeared, your mother has been seen once. Her behavior on the evening of your arrival greatly surprised Gregory and myself. She resurfaced to attack Emma, Emily Hillsborough's twin sister. And she shot her with a pistol. Then, before Gregory could intervene, she ran off and disappeared again.
I beg your pardon? Hang on.
Emily has a twin sister who knew my mother? But she playing it, goddammit. That means my vision on the wharf, it was actually happening inside the manor. Mother shot Emily's sister? The very person she came looking for? Why would she do that?
Excuse me, but between that and the childhood of Lady Adams, it's all a bit much for me to cope with. I need to piece it all together again to see things more clearly. You said that you spent a lot of time talking together at the beginning. What happened for that to change?
I'm afraid I haven't much to tell you. The more the days went by, the more she withdrew into herself. She never gave me an explanation. Until the day came when she purely and simply disappeared.
Where did she go when she wanted to be alone?
She would shut herself away in a room we use as a box room upstairs.
Would you allow me to go there?
Naturally, of course. I'll send you a servant to open it.
Thank you.
That's all I can tell you about the disappearance of your mother, Louis. I would like to have been more helpful.
I shall stay on her trail and follow up any leads.
Thank you. We will meet later on to welcome our last guest. In the meantime, I shall get someone to open the box room upstairs for you.
Thank you.
The room is just opposite Mortimer's study.
Bon, la chambre de la tour. Ouais, alors on va aller voir par là parce que je sais pas du tout où elle est celle-là. Donc il faut que je trouve un escalier, je pense, pour monter. Donc là c'est un escalier pour redescendre.
President George Washington.
Alors, un escalier... Putain. Là, je pense que je peux plus y aller, ouais. Celle-là, on peut toujours pas y aller. Celle-ci non plus. Ok, on peut plus. Donc c'est bien... Apparemment le bon chemin. Alors, c'est l'escalier pour redescendre, ok.
Duchess Emily Hillsborough.
Ouais, ça c'est la chambre de l'Ocon. encore un escalier pour redescendre. Putain. Je dois aller par où? Ah, moins que... Ah si, attends, c'est l'escalier, c'est ce qu'il est. C'est l'escalier qui est sur le côté, normalement. Ce qui est lui, là. Quoi, je peux pas y aller? Bah, ça doit être ça. Comment veux-tu que je monte à l'étage? Ou alors ce serait ça? Ce serait la chambre là, mais c'est pas la tour. Ah, c'est ce qu'ils appellent la chambre de la tour, mais c'est pas la chambre de la tour. C'est le nom de la chambre, en fait, d'accord. Ok. Bon, des petits ingrédients. Ça, c'est toujours pour apprendre.
There are burnt papers in the chimney. There's a legible fragment left. Hey, I recognize my mother's handwriting. She says, we must find a safer way to communicate. Someone is onto us. Trust in my faith in the man with the sword. So Mother had an accomplice here. Who could it be? Who could she be suspicious of? I must find the next part. Faith, sword. I recognize her love of riddles there.
Dante's Paradise.
Raise your head and be reassured. For what comes up here from the mortal world must ripen in our rays.
C'est le tableau.
What is this disc?
Observez le disque.
Oh, that reminds me of the ones my mother collects. It's magnetic.
Ok. Ça, on va le prendre alors. Là, je peux pas sortir sur le balcon. Là, tu plantes dans les décors, c'est bien. Bon. Le petit flacon magique, ça c'est bien récupéré aussi, ça.
St. Paul on the road to Damascus, by Caravaggio.
Examine le tableau, je me souviens de cette... Je me souviens de cette histoire. Pour l'instant, on va pas analyser ça. C'est un homme à l'épique, il faut que je trouve. Attends, est-ce que je suis rentré par là ou par là? Là. Je crois que c'est par là. Ouais, donc celle-là je peux pas. Donc ok, c'est bien par là. On va essayer de voir les autres tableaux avant. Bon, là c'est fermé. D'accord.
Door appears to be locked on the other side.
On peut l'ouvrir, je peux la forcer. Ah bah voilà la clé. Crochet la serrure, utiliser... Ah bah utiliser le disque, voilà. Voilà. C'est beau ça. Un vrai MacGyver, disons le mec.
It's open.
Alors, bon, pas l'air d'avoir des masses de tableaux ici. Par celui, ah, attends, non, c'est pas une épée, c'est une croix. Mais là, il y a un truc à récupérer. Merci. Là, on a une boîte à crocheter.
A chest with the occult symbol representing air.
7 pour le crocheter. Ah, il y a 2 verrous. C'était un 7 trucs pour le crocheter celui-là. Oh la vache. Bon, on va voir ça après. Hein. Bon, c'est pas un homme à l'épée.
The New Testament.
Bouquin, on s'en fout un peu. Nouveau Testament. On a des livres, arrêtez de lire. Oh, l'Apocalypse, allez. Pierre.
Peter, an apostle of Jesus Christ, to the strangers scattered throughout Pontus, Galatia, Cappadocia, Asia, and Bithynia.
Ouais, donc il faut que je prenne 3 doses de trucs, mais c'est chaud ça.
It's St. John, painted by Guido Reni. Several portraits of apostles, all signed by Guido Reni. It looks like someone touched this commode recently. There are fingerprints on the sheets and in the dust.
Okay.
Painting of St. Mark from the collection of the apostles by Guido Reni.
A fragment of amber.
Un fragment d'ambre, ça me servir pour après.
St. Paul painted by Guido Reni. St. Paul is shown holding a sword. Strange. There's hardly any dust, as if the painting's been cleaned recently. There's a small inscription engraved on the frame. Let's take a closer look. This is how Paul spoke to his pilgrims from Rome. Just above that, someone's written down the figure 11 on the painting and underlined it twice. No, what does that mean? So we have the figure 11 twice underlined, and a story of a group of pilgrims who it looks like Paul is speaking to. Maybe it's a code. There must be a connection. A text on Paul must be somewhere, and it must be associated with the figure 11. But what's the story with these pilgrims? I mean, a connection with the figure, maybe? A chest with the occult symbol representing air.
Et là, je peux pas utiliser les symboles, ok.
A drawing of the Apostle Matthew, painted by Guido Reni. He's represented as writing the word of the Lord, transmitted by the Holy Spirit, who appears here in the guise of an angel.
Bon, le bouquin. Bouquin là. Je jette un coup d'œil sur ce tableau là aussi.
St. John is known as the youngest of Christ's apostles. Well, we often give credit to St. John for having written about the apocalypse in the last book of the Bible.
Ok, ça m'a rien pris de plus. Et il y a celui-là, ok, bon, c'est bon. Ah non, attends. Si, c'est celui-là, je crois. Clavier numéro.
Painting of St. Mark from the collection of the Apostles by Killeur187666.
Non, c'est bon. C'est bien l'autre. Donc il me faut le livre. Le livre. Évangile des apôtres, machin, blablabla. Arrêtez de lire, là c'est quoi? Putain, je vois rien du tout. Du blanc sur du blanc, les gars, franchement. Putain, je vois rien, quoi. Ah, ici, verset 7. Enfin, chapitre 7, verset 11.
And it came to pass the day after that he went into a city called Nain, and many of his disciples went with him, and much people.
Ok. Il y a ça aussi. Chapitre 13, c'est ça? Ouais. Chapitre 2.
For we are unto God a sweet savor of Christ, in them that are saved, and in them that perish.
Bon, écoute, je vais aller forcer la boîte.
A chest with the occult symbol representing air.
D'accord, ça m'a rapporté un truc en plus, ouais. C'est tout. Putain. 7 points pour ça. Ah, putain.
Several portraits of apostles, all signed by Killeur187666. It looks like someone touched this commode recently. There are fingerprints on the sheets and in the dust.
Ouais, bah c'est beau, ça m'a pas apporté grand chose. Hein. Alors le code, alors... Il n'y a plus rien, ok.
Dante's Paradise.
Raise your head and be reassured, for what comes up here from the mortal world must ripen in our rays. St. Paul on the road to Damascus, by Caravaggio.
Examine le tableau de représentation du même saint. Ouais, mais il n'y a pas d'épée.
Caravaggio attained a magnificent command of black and the play of colors too. Paul facing an ordeal, the curtains of his illusions being raised, and receives the light from his Savior.
Bon, ça je verrai plus tard. Un peu plus tard. Alors attends. Là y a rien. Non. Ok. Et là il y a que dalle aussi. Ok. Donc ici il y avait rien. À part la note là, mais ça je l'ai lu. Et celle-là aussi. Ok, bon, on va essayer de déchirer le tableau. Attends, difficulté 3, niveau 2, corridor 3. Et ça c'est...
A fierce opponent of the first Christians, St. Paul is suddenly struck by the call of Jesus Christ and converts. It's the best known conversion in Christian history, which teaches us that even enemies of Christ can be saved, and even become his greatest apostles after finding faith. From what I can recall, the account of his conversion can be found in the epistles to the Galatians, the Philippians, the Corinthians, and the Acts of the Apostles.
Ouais, ça m'a pas apporté grand chose.
St. Paul is the only saint to be presented twice in these paintings, contrary to the other apostles.
Ouais, pourquoi? C'est ça que je voudrais savoir. Donc ça parlerait plus de Saint Paul que de l'autre. Ok. Bon, on va essayer de voir dans le livre, on verra bien. Putain, mais tu vois rien du tout. Qu'est-ce qu'ils ont été foutre du blanc aussi dans les sous-titres, franchement. Putain.
Because we look not at the things that are seen, but at the things which are not seen. For the things which are seen are temporal, but the things which are not seen are eternal.
Ouais, bah je pense pas, putain. C'est quoi là? C'est quoi? Oh putain, je vois rien du tout, hein. Partir, là je sais pas lire, ouais. C'est bib et célèbre, ok. Et là je vois rien du tout. Je sais même pas ce que c'est.
This volume dates from the first edition by Gutenberg. It's the first book that was ever printed. The pages are covered in annotations in Latin, French, and Hebrew. Someone spent years studying this Bible. It's St. John, painted by Guido Reni.
Ok, mais j'ai pas toujours rien pris. Attends. Oh, allez, vas-y, casse-toi, toi. On va essayer de trouver un truc ici parce que là... Pouh.
And it came to pass the day after that he went into a city called Nain, and many of his disciples went with him, and much people. St. Paul painted by Killeur187666. So we have the figure 11 twice underlined, and a story of a group of pilgrims who it looks like Paul is speaking to. Maybe it's a code. There must be a connection. A text on Paul must be somewhere, and it must be associated with the figure 11. But what's the story with these pilgrims? I mean, a connection with the figure, maybe?
Putain, mais je comprends rien du tout.
Of the 4 apostles shown in this piece, Paul is the only one who isn't an evangelist. He is the 13th apostle. St. Paul is shown holding a sword. Strange. There's hardly any dust, as if the painting's been cleaned recently. There's a small inscription engraved on the frame. Let's take a closer look. This is how Paul spoke to his pilgrims from Rome. Just above that, someone's written down the figure 11 on the painting and underlined it twice. No, what does that mean?
Putain, ça me prend. Ça me prend le chou, cette putain d'énigme à la con là. Les sous-titres, la moitié en plus. Tu faut la moitié des sous-titres, donc c'est bien géré le jeu. Alors attends.
A drawing of the Apostle Matthew, painted by Killeur187666. He's represented as writing the word of the Lord, transmitted by the Holy Spirit, who appears here in the guise of an angel.
Oui, d'accord. Donc c'est avec ce putain de bouquin. Attends, putain, je vois pas le texte là en dessous, c'est quoi ça, putain? Là c'est quoi là? C'est quoi celui-là?
Even as it is meet for me to think this of you all, because I have you in my heart, inasmuch as both in my bonds. And in defense and confirmation of the gospel, ye all are partakers of my grace.
Putain, je comprends rien du tout.
How shall not the ministration of the Spirit not be more glorious? Paul and Silvanus and Timotheus unto the church of the Thessalonians, which is in God the Father and in the Lord Jesus Christ. Grace be unto you and peace from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ.
Putain, ça c'est Pierre. Jean-Jacques Goldman, ouais.
And I heard a voice in the midst of the four beasts say, a measure of wheat for a penny,
Putain, je comprends rien du tout.
And see thou hurt not the oil and the wine.
Là, je piche que dalle. Là, je piche que dalle, je piche que dalle, je piche que dalle. En plus, les textes sont à moitié invisibles parce que s'ils ont foutent ça sur un texte blanc, sur un mur blanc, mais bon, ça c'est beau, hein. Ils sont franchement très intelligents.
St. Paul on the road to Damascus, by Caravaggio.
Ça on l'a déjà vu, on n'a rien plus.
There are burnt papers in the chimney.
Ouais, ça je l'ai vu aussi, putain.
There's a legible fragment left. Hey, I
oui, oui,
recognize
c'est
the
bon,
letter
c'est bon,
handwriting.
c'est bon, c'est bon, c'est bon, c'est ce que
It
tu...
says, we must find a safer way to communicate. Someone is on to us. Trust in my faith in the man with the sword. So Mother had an accomplice here. Who could it be? Who could she be suspicious of? I must find the next part. Faith, sword. I recognize her love of riddles there.
Bah oui, chercher des indices, ouais, c'est ce que je fais depuis tout à l'heure.
Dante's Paradise.
Raise your head and be reassured, for what comes up here from the mortal world must ripen in our rays.
Putain, quoi. C'est le bordel. C'est vraiment le bordel. Donc il y a un rapport avec le tableau là-bas. Celui-là. Et l'autre, c'est celui-là ou celui-là. Bah écoute, tant pis. Hein. Là je vois pas, parce qu'en plus je vois la moitié des textes en plus, c'est vraiment bien. Je savais qu'il y avait un autre point là à côté, mais non, ça va reflet. Putain, je te jure. Et je peux pas sortir en plus. Ouais, génial. C'est cool. C'est cool, c'est cool, c'est cool. Bon, on est coincé. Voilà, fini. On va crever dans la chambre. Parce que je vois pas le rapport. En plus, je sais pas lire la moitié des textes à cause de ce putain de reflet blanc. Ce qu'a fait le jeu, putain, je sais pas moi, il doit avoir au moins 10-10 à chaque œil, hein. C'est pas possible. C'est pas possible. Putain, je te jure. Et à hauteur, il n'y a que dalle. Là, j'ai été voir, il n'y a rien. Là, c'est le truc de dent, ça, on s'en fout. Laissez-moi sortir, putain. On est marre. Le tableau, là, ici, il n'y a pas les... tapisseries, les tapisseries, il n'y a rien. Rien de spécial. Bon, ben, ce qu'on va faire, c'est qu'on va lire tous les chapitres. On va essayer de trouver comme ça, on va voir si ça marche. Si ça marche pas, bah écoute, moi je sais pas.
But that which beareth thorns and briars is rejected, and is nigh unto cursing, whose end is to be burned. Here's a message. There are some complications. Indeed, the Prussian is insistent. What's happening at your end? Do you need help? If tonight is not possible, let's see tomorrow.
Je prends n'importe quel chapitre, là il me trouve un truc. Et tu te fous ma gueule. Non mais sérieux quoi.
Paul understood that only the axe counted. He went back on his tracks. I await your confirmation to his left. In the company of the pilgrims that have joined us. Yeah. This last comment is about their code. I should find new pilgrims near Paul. Finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue, and if there be any praise, think on these things.
Putain, je sais même plus lequel que j'ai pris. C'est celui-là? Ouais. Bon, on va relire celui-là. Ah, c'est celui-là.
Thou hast put all things under his feet, for in that he put all in subjection under him. He left nothing that is not put under him. Follow peace with all men, and holiness, without which no man shall see the Lord. For it is evident that our Lord sprang out of Judah, of which tribe Moses spake nothing concerning priesthood. There are some complications. The Prussian is insistent. What's happening at your end? Do you need help? If tonight is not possible, let's see tomorrow evening, in the south room, where we reviewed the situation. When Paul understood that only the acts counted, he went back on his tracks.
Ok, bon.
And await your confirmation to his left.
Passons au suivant.
Company of the pilgrims that have joined him. Yeah, this last comment is about their code. I should find new pilgrims near Paul.
Alors, passons celui-ci. Ah non, celui-ci. Donc, Philippe machin.
Finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue, and if there be any praise, think on these things. Whose end is destruction, whose God is their belly, and whose glory is in their shame, who think only of earthly things. even as it is meet for me to think this of you all, because I have you in my heart, inasmuch as both in my bonds. And in defense and confirmation of the gospel, ye all are partakers of my grace.
Non. Ah putain, mais... Oh. Manette à la con.
For all the joy we found in you before our God.
Putain, casse les couilles, quoi.
Do all things without murmurings and disputes.
Ok, bon, ça c'est fait. Il restait quoi? Celui-là.
Stand therefore, having your loins girt about with truth, and having on the breastplate of righteousness. This I say therefore, and testify in the Lord, that ye henceforth walk not as other Gentiles walk, in the vanity of their mind. In him God has chosen us before the foundation of the world, that we may be holy and blameless before him. For what thanks can we render to God again for you, for all the joy we found in you before our God? Paul and Silvanus and Timotheus unto the church of the Thessalonians, which is in God the Father and in the Lord Jesus Christ. Grace be unto you and peace from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ.
Putain, reste devant ton bouquin, toi, casse les couilles.
Now we exhort you, brethren, warn them that are unruly, comfort the feeble-minded, support the weak, be patient toward all men.
Eh ben, on va s'amuser.
And he became very hungry and would have eaten, but while they were made ready, he fell into a trance.
Trouver un symbole.
Hey, there's a note here. A message from Mother in reply to E. We must leave urgently, but first I absolutely must go beyond the nightmare. Watch out for Volner. We figured out I was avoiding him. Allay suspicion. See you tomorrow evening. Stand ready. For now, let's cease all communication until we meet. Take care of yourself. I suppose this must be the last message. What happened afterward? If it's what I suspect, I fear the worst. What did Mother mean by, I absolutely must go beyond the nightmare? I must go beyond the nightmare. What does she mean by that?
C'est probablement... Je dirais littéral plutôt.
Clearly she must be trying to do something useful, but the what? Nightmare. Does that remind me of anything? It probably has to do with an object or something. Granting that this is the case, where might it be found? Study. I'm practically sure of it. Yes, it's the painting that was behind Mortimer's study. Well, let's see if Mortimer has anything to hide behind his painting.
Frédérum, pardon.
Mortimer's getting his guests together. I ought to join them so I don't look suspicious.
Alors... Maxime. Attends, parce que là je me suis un peu foutu la merde. Ah non, il en faut 4 là en fait. Je pourrais... Attends, ça c'est quoi? Politique, je suis bon. Non, même pas. Ok. Ben, je vais tout investir en politique parce que ça il faut que j'avance dessus. Ok, trophée en destin tragique. D'accord. On a 3 points, donc je vais lire. On va lire. Oui, ça. Ok. Bon bah. Ça va avance un petit peu, mais pas beaucoup, mais bon, on avance. Là il faudrait que j'essaie quand même d'aller rejoindre le bureau de l'autre connard, là, avant d'aller rejoindre les invités. Mais je sais plus où il est. Et je suis pas que je peux pas descendre. Eh ben ouais, je m'en doutais. Ok, et bon, on va aller rejoindre les invités. Je peux passer? Non? Oui? Je peux monter? Non, je m'en doutais. Je m'en doutais. Putain, il faut limiter un plan ici pour se retrouver, hein, parce que putain... Ah oui, bah c'est là-bas le bureau. Attends, non. Si, je crois que c'est là-bas. Il me semble que c'est là-bas. Ouais, t'as l'eau qui nettoie, donc je peux pas descendre. Attends, ici, est-ce que je peux y aller ou pas? Mais non. Non, toujours pas. C'est le reflet. Reflet de la lampe, ok. Ouais, il n'y a vraiment pas moyen. Il faut vraiment que je passe par l'escalier. Il n'y a pas d'autre moyen pour y aller. Il n'y a pas d'autre moyen d'y aller.
Emily, I must speak to you.
What's the matter, Louis? About last night, I'm guessing.
Sadly, no. Even if I'd like to have, Alas, there are more pressing matters. I have news about your sister.
What have you found out?
Look, I've started piecing together the events leading up to my mother's disappearance and your sister's. Did my mother know about your secret?
Yes, even though I belong to the English chapter, her rank in the Order gives her access to a good deal of personal information.
Must have been Emma I saw in my vision. I was given to understand that my mother and your sister bonded during their stay.
Lui parler. Fils de ma mère. Ouais, ouais, il parlait des messages.
They kept up a secret correspondence, which makes me think they were suspicious of someone.
And did you find out who it was?
No, but von Vollner is mentioned. They were planning to make a quick getaway and were looking to hide something beforehand.
Have you got these messages?
Alors, attends, parce que je suis en train de faire une clope. Entre lui ou lui dire que non. Bon, allez, on va lui faire confiance.
Yes. Go ahead, take a look.
I see. I must say, thanks for your honesty, Louis.
Should I speak to her about my vision? If what I saw is true, she might want to take revenge.
Bah, on va lui dire.
Emily, there's something else.
Go on then.
It's about your sister. I don't know what happened exactly, but it's possible that my mother had a go at her.
I know, Louis. I found out that same evening. Well, thanks for not trying to hide it.
What? Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't know if I could trust you. Now I know I can. It seems that your mother tricked Emma. She apparently asked her to hide an important book, so that even she wouldn't know where it was. And then she shot her like a dog to make sure no one would ever find it again.
Alors...
Why would she do that?
I don't know, Louis. But I'll find out. You can count on me.
I'm sincerely sorry, Emily.
Thank you, Louis. You're very kind. It means a lot to me. But you do realize your mother will have to accept the consequences of her acts.
There must be an explanation, Emily.
That's what we shall see.
We'll speak about it later, somewhere safe.
Come, Louis. They're waiting for us.
Putain, ça gâche pour se rappeler tous les choix.
You paid dearly, Peru. I'm sure you were involved somewhere along the line.
That's right. Pretend you don't know. One piece of advice. Don't travel through France on your way back, or it'll cost you dearly.
Calm now, my friends. Let's calm down. Everyone seems to be a little unnecessarily heated. Don't forget where you are, please.
What's going on here exactly?
Sir Gregory called us together to introduce the last guest. But hardly had we arrived when he set upon Monsieur Peru.
And what has Monsieur Peru done to once again provoke someone's anger?
We don't really know just yet. I get the feeling it won't be long before it gets out.
How could you dare do such a thing? Dios mío, you are all out of your minds!
Really, Duke Manuel? What made you kick up such a fuss?
What? Have you not heard? Well, let me inform you that yesterday morning at 10:22 a.m. precisely, in the middle of the Place de la Révolution in Paris, by decree of the National Convention which Monsieur Peru works for, King Louis was guillotined. What?
Oh, no.
The King of France is dead, gentlemen. Our monarchies are in danger. I have said it before. How dare they?
Oh dear. Oh, as if...
Friends, Friends, let us calm down.
Don't pretend to be surprised. He got a fair trial.
Ridiculous! Bastard! He was sentenced to death by 361 votes to 360. You beheaded a king for 1 vote! Is that your democracy?
What an obnoxious act. Until this, anything was possible. This political coup will have grave consequences.
France is lost.
Gentlemen, please. Let us take a step back a moment.
In the name of holiness. He was the highest representative of God in France, Emily.
Calmez-vous, ne rien de réfléchir aux conséquences.
If I remember rightly, what Mother told me one night, King Louis was secretly also part of the Order. I wonder what impact his death will have on us.
Sad news, sir.
With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
Louis Maras de Richer.
Are you related to Sarah de Richer?
Sarah is his mother, Duke. Gentlemen, this news affects us all, but I must ask you to remain calm. It's not the first time history has taken us by surprise. Let's ensure that our respective countries are allowed to respond appropriately to this news.
Oh, rest assured. The response will not fall short, my friend.
Good for you. Well, Your Grace, here I was preparing to introduce you as is proper, and you've beaten me to it. I'm delighted that we are all together at last. Our meeting will therefore be able to kick off shortly. I have just a few more little preparations to take care of before you all find out the reason for your presence here. In the meantime, I shall leave you to get to know one another. When you hear the bell, please proceed to the conclave room on my left, behind that door. I'll see you later.
Could you spare a moment, please, sir?
I'm glad you asked. I want to talk to you, too.
Of course.
I heard about your mother's disappearance.
He looks concerned. I don't know why, but I doubt it's from sympathy alone. Let's see what he wants from me.
Any news of her? Have you found her, maybe?
Why? Is there something you particularly wanted from her?
No, not specially.
My questions made him feel uneasy, but he's keeping his emotions under control.
Your mother and I used to often speak together. I have rarely met someone so learned. To tell you the truth, I was about to make a deal with her. Did she tell you about our arrangement?
Absolutely, but I was hoping that you could tell me more about it.
Well, she was planning to sell me a very old book. I will make no secret of the fact that I am passionate about the subject. And when Sarah spoke to me about it, her account literally had me enthralled. I can think of nothing else since. You might have come across some old books in her belongings, perhaps?
As my mother's got so many old books, I'm afraid I won't be able to...
Oh, it's easy. You can't mistake this one. It's an ancient grimoire, composed of 7 parts. Each one is closed under lock and key. It was made in such a way that if someone tried to tamper with it, the sheets would be permanently tarnished. If you find it, you mustn't tamper with it. You see?
That's unusual.
Unfortunately, that doesn't ring a bell. I'll look again, but I wouldn't get my hopes up.
You seem very upset. Is it so important to you, this book?
Well, it's the search of a lifetime. Can I say? Every time I move closer to it, it seems to slip away at the last minute. I was very surprised to learn that your mother had it in her possession. I thought it was with a certain von Borchet in Paris. Do you know him?
The name doesn't mean anything to me, I'm sorry to say.
He's an expert in occult objects and books, and your mother said she knew him. Are you sure his name doesn't ring a bell?
Let me think.
I shan't keep you, Monsieur de Richet.
All right then. Thank you.
I hope that your search will prove successful and bring Sarah back to us soon. I must go now. I'll see you later.
Better go and check out the painting in Lord Mortimer's study.
Non, c'est pas là. C'est pas là, c'est pas là, c'est pas là. Putain. Il dit où son putain de bureau, lui? Plus qu'il est son bureau. Son bureau. C'est pas ça. C'est le bureau de le connard. Putain, mais c'était où, bordel? Non, là c'est la tour, je crois. Non, non, c'est pas là. Putain, mais c'est où déjà?
So,
Ah,
what did my mother mean by going beyond the nightmare? Book of the Mortimer family.
Il y a de nouveaux indices.
The Coup de Lance by Paul Rubens.
Un nouveau
It's a
bouquin.
book on the history of the Crusades. I don't think it has any connection with my research.
Ça c'est bon chopé.
No, what have we got here? Well, it looks like a model of a lock. As if Mortimer is fond of complicating things sometimes. Well, I hope I never have to try and unlock it. Let's take a closer look. Judging by the shape, I'd say they're Criollo cocoa beans. The chocolate of the Mayas, the rarest of the beans. Some even say they're an aphrodisiac. When a product is in fashion, people attribute all sorts of virtues to it, not to be given to animals. Dark chocolate beans, very bitter. They're greatly prized in high society. Judging by the shape, I'd say they're Criollo cocoa beans. Chocolate of the Mayas, the rarest of the beans.
C'était là que je voulais.
Some even say they're an aphrodisiac.
Je me suis
When a product is
trompé.
in fashion, people attribute all sorts of virtues to it, not to be given to animals.
Ouais, bon, ça on s'en fout un peu. Trouver le cauchemar.
The Nightmare painted by Fuseli in 1781. Ah, this must be what my mother was talking about. I just need to find out what she meant by go beyond. Hey, looks like it's mounted on rails on each side. It should lift up, I think. There must be a mechanism somewhere. Aha, I found it. Oh, what on earth is this? A ring lock now? Great, that's all I needed.
Alors, trouver un mécanisme, ouais. Trouver le code de la porte cachée. Presser la manette, observer les rouleaux. Remarquer quelque chose.
It's a complex mechanism. Looks like the third ring is a bit seized up. Gets stuck on number 9. Looks like there's a marker on number 1 on the second roller. Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
Allez, va sur l'autre, hein, bordel, alors, putain. Là on passe à... Oh putain. C'est lequel que je suis en train de faire, je sais même plus. C'est le 2. Allez, vas-y, va sur le... Mais putain, mais carte 3 sur le 2 et bouge plus et ferme ta gueule. Putain, saloperie. Allez.
Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
Tiens, vas-y pour trouver le code là-dedans, putain.
That's what you generally feed birds.
Mais bouge les couilles pour trouver le code, hein.
A painting depicting the Third Crusade. It's titled Winter Before the Fall of Saint-Jean d'Acre. The Siege of Saint-Jean d'Acre was a major conflict during the Third Crusade. Richard the Lionheart and Philip Augustus fought to take the town back. It was the Crusaders' first operation to take back the Kingdom of Jerusalem.
Ah, ta gueule, Piaf. Bon.
This painting isn't finished. It looks like Mortimer probably did it. Not bad, but can't exactly the style of the period.
Allez.
History of the First Crusades by Pierre Amédée de Rassault. Hey, the dates indicate AL, and it looks like 4,000 years have been added to our calendar. Oh, that counting system again.
Ah, évidemment, comme par hasard, j'ai plus de trucs. Faire le lien entre l'auteur et les dates, on s'en fout. Troisième croisade ou seconde croisade? Je dirais plus la première. Non. Pas la première, la deuxième plutôt.
Or how Louis VII, King of France, eager to be pardoned for the death of thousands of innocent people in the fire of the Church of RETROUVE, convinces the Pope to authorize him to lead his own crusade. The result? In Germany,
a new outburst of violence against the Jewish community, and a monumental fiasco by poor Louis VII, cuckolded by his wife's uncle. The famous call of Pope Urban II. 20 years after the capture of Jerusalem from the Arabs by the Turks, Urban II convened the council. He promises a plenary indulgence to Christians who go and get Jerusalem back from the Turks. The result, the Jewish community on the road to Jerusalem found itself persecuted for no reason. 12,000 Jews would perish, not to mention the massacre of Ma'ara, where acts of cannibalism by Frankish crusaders were reported, or even the capture of Jerusalem, where approximately 30,000 were left dead. It signaled the beginning of centuries of wars of religion. The famous call from Pope Gregory VIII in his Audita Tremendi Bull of 5187. Oh, the crusade where Richard the Lionhearted distinguished himself. It states the first sea blockade of Saint-Jean d'Acre was broken on the 12th month of 1290 AL, whereas the siege was going on to
Ah putain. Attends, j'ai comme laissé un truc, on verra bien.
History of the First Crusades by Pierre Amédée de Rassault. Hey, the dates indicate AL, and it looks like 4,000 years have been added to our calendar. Oh, that calendar system. The author is Pierre Amédée de Rassault, none other than the Grand Master of the Masonic Lodge of Paris. Now I understand why the dates are offset. He's using dates based on the Anno Lucis, year 0 of the Masonic calendar, by adding 4,000 years to the Gregorian calendar. But I thought that that calendar starts in March.
Mon calendrier commence en mars, ouais. Bah ça m'avance pas des masses. Hein. Ça m'avance pas des masses. Allez, t'es encore bloqué où là, toi? Dans une table. Ok, pas de soucis.
A minor bird. What have I done? It looks like I've killed him. Oh, shit. I better not hang around.
Ok, je lui donne une feuille de cacao et il crève. Ok, d'accord. J'aurais pu le faire parler pour savoir le code. Eh ben tant pis.
Looks like there's a marker on number 1 on the second roller.
J'ai pas eu le temps quoi?
Looks like there's a marker on number 1 on the second roller.
Putain.
Looks like there's a marker on number 1 on the second roller.
Trace d'IA? What?
Looks like there's a marker on number 1 on the second roller.
Est-ce que tu vois une trace toi?
It's a complex mechanism. Looks like the third ring is a bit seized up. It gets stuck on number 9.
Attends.
It's a complex mechanism.
C'est lequel qui bloque? Le troisième anneau il bloque sur le 9, mais c'est quoi le 9? Je sais même pas c'est quoi le 9.
Stuck on number 9.
Ok, donc le troisième... Oh putain, mais arrête, putain, mais sérieux. Allez, arrête de bouger. Ce sera un 7 ça ou c'est quoi ça? 0. 1, 2, 3. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, le 8 et le 9. Ok, là tu bouges plus.
Looks like there's a marker on number 1 on the second roller.
Trace du 1 sur le deuxième rouleau, c'est ça. Allez, tourne la caméra, merci. Donc le 1. Toi, tu dégages. Mais non, pas s'écarter, putain.
Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter. Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
Bah vas-y pour trouver le dernier chiffre, hein, les deux derniers, putain. Putain, j'en suis un milliard quoi. Ça me gonfle. Il va certainement avoir des autres indices. J'aurais pas buté le piaf là. Ça aurait été cool là. Merci de pas rentrer dans les poutres, c'est gentil. Là il y a que dalle, ça c'est quoi? Là il y a rien. Et il y a un truc, ça... ah oui c'est la fameuse box que je suis pas sûr ouvrir l'autre jour. Pas tard. Ça je sais toujours pas. J'ai aucune info par rapport à ça. Alors ici il y a un truc. Que je déjà pris tout à l'heure aussi.
Dante's Purgatory. What is your mind presumed to flight when you're still like the imperfect grub, the worm before it's attained its final form? Charming.
Attends, on peut essayer le bouquin. Ah, c'est sûr. Non, pas le tableau, le bouquin, putain.
Hey, there are 2 dates on this painting. 1154 AD and 5154 AL.
Bon, attends, on va noter des dates, ça verra bien. Alors... 1954. Et l'autre c'est 51... 54. Allez, avance. Reste pas bloqué dans les décors, s'il te plaît. Putain, tourne.
Coup de lance by Paul Rubens.
Ok, ça on s'en fout.
William Alexander Mortimer I, the 12th month of Anna Lucis, 5190. That's a funny date. painting depicting the Third Crusade. It's titled Winter Before the Fall of Saint-Jean d'Acre.
Ok, on va déjà essayer celle à 51,90 là, parce que vu que t'as dit que c'était une date un peu bizarre. Une date étrange, comme ce jeu. Comme cette caméra aussi qui est complètement pétée. Donc 51... Non, 5. 5... 51, non, il est déjà sur le 1, je crois. Ouais, il était déjà sur le 1. 51,90, c'est ça. Ça fait... Ça ne fait rien. Pas de bol.
Pretty sure it was right. Maybe I didn't use the right dating system.
Putain, il y a eu la guerre plus en plus. Bon, et l'autre date, c'était quoi? 51, 54. C'est pas bon non plus. Et l'autre c'est 51. Non, 11, 54. M'étonnerait que ce soit aussi simple, hein, mais bon. 11, 11, 54. Non plus.
I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
Ok, bon, on va les revoir dans le bouquin.
History of the First Crusades by Pierre Amédée de la Salle. Hey, the dates indicate AL and it looks like 4,000 years have been added to our
Donc
calendar.
là, on a 4000.
Oh, that counting system again.
On a 4000, ici on a 50, 96. 50, 99. Alors 99. Là on a 51, 89. Et 51, 92. Là on a 51, 47. Et là on a 51, 49. Ok. Salut Simpson, ça va? Bon bah on va commencer par le 4000 hein. C'est le 4 ça, ouais. 4... Non, l'autre à côté, merci. Zéro. Encore 0. Et l'autre c'est sur combien? C'est sur 4. C'est pas ça non plus.
Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
Et alors l'autre c'est 50, 96. C'est pas ça non plus.
I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
En 50,99. C'est pas ça non plus.
I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
La 8. Là l'autre c'est 1. Bah c'est cool alors c'est tout bien. Donc 51, 89, c'est bien ça. C'est pas ça non plus.
I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
51, 92, non. C'est pas ça non plus.
I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
51, 47. C'est pas ça non plus.
Well, I got it wrong.
Et 51, 49. Et c'est pas ça non plus.
I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
Et ben là je sais pas. Là je sais pas, je vois pas ce qu'il retrouve comme chiffre. Alors moi dans les paragraphes du bouquin. Alors là j'en ai pour 25 mois. J'adore ces énigmes à la con.
History of the First Crusades by Pierre Amédée de Rassault. Hey, the dates indicate AL and it looks like 4,000 years have been added to our calendar.
Ouais, système de comptage que je comprends rien du tout.
System again.
Donc ils ont rajouté 4000 à je sais pas quoi. À je sais pas quoi. Donc ce sera un 4 alors le premier chiffre. Ah, peut-être. Bon, première croisade.
The famous call of Pope Urban II. 20 years after the capture of Jerusalem.
On va essayer de noter les dates, s'il y a des dates.
Urban II convened the council. He promises a plenary indulgence to Christians who go and get Jerusalem back from the Turks. The result, the Jewish community on the road to Jerusalem found itself persecuted for no reason. 12,000 Jews would perish. Not to mention the massacre of Ma'ara, where acts of cannibalism by Frankish crusaders were reported, or even the capture of Jerusalem, where approximately 30,000 were left dead. It signaled the beginning of centuries of wars of religion.
Bon, y a rien. Deuxième croisade.
Or how Louis VII, King of France, eager to be pardoned for the death of thousands of innocent people in the fire of the Church of Ypres, convinces the Pope to authorize him to lead his own crusade. The result, in Germany, a new outburst of violence against the Jewish community, and a monumental fiasco by poor Louis VII, cuckolded by his wife's uncle.
Là il y a rien, et la dernière croisade.
The famous call from Pope Gregory VIII
51-87.
Bull of 5,187. Oh, the crusade where Richard the Lionhearted distinguished himself. It states the first sea blockade of Saint-Jean was broken in the 12th month of 5,190 AL, whereas the siege had been going on for 2 years.
Ok, ça je peux pas parce que j'ai pas assez de points. Chose déjà effectuée. Faire le lien entre l'auteur et la date. Analyser les dates, et ça je peux pas. Parce qu'il n'y a pas assez de trucs. Afficher.
The author is Pierre Amédée de Rassault, none other than the Grand Master of the Masonic Lodge of Paris. Now I understand why the dates are offset. He's using dates based on the Analusis, year 0 of the Masonic calendar, by adding 4,000 years to the Gregorian calendar. But I thought that calendar starts in March.
Attends, quoi?
The author is Pierre Amédée de Nassau, none other than the Grand Master of the Masonic Lodge of Paris. Now I understand why the dates are offset. He's using dates based on the Analusis, year 0 of the Masonic calendar, by adding 4,000 years to the Gregorian calendar. But I thought that calendar starts in March.
Bah oui, mars, d'accord, mais... Je comprends rien. Je comprends pas. Je comprends pas. D'accord, on est dans le mois de mars, ok. Et puis quoi? Mars quoi? Parce que avec le mois de mars, il y en a blindé des dates, hein. Je vais être gentil, moi les gars.
Now, what have we got here? Well, it looks like a model of a lock. It's like Mortimer is fond of complicating things sometimes.
Alors, si ça a pris à toutes les trucs ici. Oh putain. Ce serait d'où c'est un de ces codes là? 81, 56. 56. 62 000. 26, 21. 26, 21. 86 000. Ah oui, 1600 plutôt. 92, 27. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a d'autre? 26, 80. Là c'est trop. 36, 41. Ce que j'en étais là, c'est bon. Ça c'est trop, là c'est trop. Et là c'est trop. Ok. Bon là il n'y a rien. Je vais aller revoir un peu le tableau là quand même parce que lui il m'intrigue encore.
This painting isn't finished. And it looks like Mortimer probably did it. Not bad, but we can't exactly say it's been done in the style of the period.
Bon, on n'apprend rien. Bah à part ça, ben je vois pas hein. Le tableau là j'ai regardé aussi, il n'y a rien.
William Alexander Mortimer the First, the 12th month of...
Ouais, 51, 90, j'ai 80, pas 90. Ça, j'ai déjà tenté la date, ça marche pas. Et analyser, 5 doses, quoi, et vas-y. Je suis bien gentil, les gars, au niveau des doses, on va se calmer, hein, parce que... Bon, ben, on va tester toutes ces dates, hein, la con. 51, 87. C'est pas bon. 51,90. C'est pas bon non plus.
5,190. I was pretty sure it was right. Maybe I didn't use the right dating system.
Ouais, pourtant tu sens que t'es pas loin, ouais, c'est ça, ouais. Euh, 81,56. C'est pas bon non plus.
I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
Alors 62 00. Attends, on va déjà changer ça. Voilà. Ça m'étonnerait que ce soit ça aussi, mais bon. Que dalle.
Well, I got it wrong.
26, 21. Euh, 26. 21.
Well, I got it wrong.
Non plus. Allez, c'est reparti. Là c'est bon. Oh putain la caméra, je vous jure quoi. 8600. Et pas bon non plus.
I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
Un tête. Et là, le premier c'est dans 92. Hop. Et pas bon non plus.
Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
Là c'est 26,80. C'est pas bon non plus.
Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't
Et
matter.
36,41 pour terminer. Et c'est pas bon non plus. Et va te reculer.
I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
Putain, j'en ai essayé 15 au moins. Et j'ai pas d'autres infos, hein, j'ai rien. À partir... Attends. Le 4 du 3. Comme il a dit, c'était 4000, qu'ils ont changé 4000, je sais pas quoi, et le mois de mars. Mais à part ça, je vois pas ce que ça pourrait être d'autre, quoi. La date étrange, là, qu'ils m'ont dit, c'était quoi la date dernière?
William Alexander Mortimer the First. The
91.
month of Anna
Ah,
Lucis.
90, putain. 90, 90, 90.
That's a funny date. That date in 5000 and something again. I wonder what in the world it means. That date in 5000 and something again. I wonder what in the world it means.
Ouais. Ah merde, je sais plus le fichier, putain. J'en ai marre.
William Alexander Mortimer the First.
90.
Anna Lucis. 5190. It's a funny date.
Attends, là il a dit... Attends, on va noter 90 pour le dernier truc. Là il avait dit que c'était... C'était quoi déjà
William Alexander Mortimer the First, the 12th month of Anna Lucis, 5190. It's a funny date.
Bah ça peut pas être 12 déjà de toute façon, donc ça sert à rien. Oh putain que ça me prend le chou ce truc. Et la caméra là qui est tellement au point aussi, et putain. Allez, pointe-le, bordel, putain. Et c'est pas bon non plus, bah là je sais pas. Putain, j'ai fouillé tout ce que je veux, qu'est-ce que je fasse moi? Y a pas d'indice, y a rien. Oh, mon bouquet de la mort là, j'avais dû regarder. Présentation, écran, on s'en fout. Alors générique peut-être.
Oh, the family tree.
Alors, analyser les noms. Ouais, si tu veux.
Let's see. All Mortimer's ancestors are called William something Mortimer. That happens a lot in noble families, but here it's systematic. Not a single generation ever breaks the custom. Looks like this family is very attached to their principles. Alright. For one, the women of the lineage are not mentioned at all. What a cavalier attitude. Right. Let's see. Who else is there? Only son, a descendant with a similar name. He also took a wife and had only one child, named William again. Another at random. William Mortimer again.
Alors, 1573.
Born in 1573 and died in 1665. Mortimers lived to a ripe old age.
1665.
Discreet again. The summary states that he was an excellent merchant, and that towards the end of his life, he entered politics? Lord William Alexander Mortimer, lover of the arts and the sciences, he took up politics at an early age. After rapidly becoming influential, he decides to retire from public life in order to organize conferences reserved for the elite with the aim of finding answers to world problems. Blah, blah, blah. He's also an only son, and the book doesn't mention any known descendant. Many families kept documents of their history, but I've never seen anything like this before. Such regularity in writing them up through the generations for such a long time. First time I've ever seen that. Mortimer gives considerable importance to his origins. That's undeniable.
Ok, mais j'ai toujours pas trouvé. Bon, je vais réessayer un dernier truc, on verra bien. Et si ça marche pas, eh ben on ira voir la solution, parce que là j'en peux plus. Alors, 1573. Non.
Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
Alors, on va tenter un autre truc. Là-haut, c'est 1665. plus.
Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
En 4, alors on va faire 4, 3, 73. Ici on va faire 4, 3, 65. Voilà, bon, ça sera les derniers. Et puis après je vais voir la solution parce que là j'en ai plein le cul. Alors 4000, 4665. C'est pas bon non plus.
I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
L'autre c'était 45 073. Ben putain. C'est pas bon non plus.
I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
Alors, l'autre 43 000. 43 773. Et pas bon non plus.
I got it wrong. It doesn't
Et 43 065. 43 065. Et c'est pas bon non plus. Et c'est pas bon non plus. Alors ça me gonfle. Ça m'a gonflé. On va aller voir la solution. Il y a 22 h. On va rester là pour aujourd'hui après. Alors... c'est pas ça. C'est pas le bon chapitre. Putain, pourquoi ça me donne pas le truc donc? Ouais, c'est quand du coup je fais quelle heure? Alors c'est le truc. Non, c'est pas ça. Ah, je crois que c'est à peu près là. Ouais, c'est ça, c'est ici, parce qu'il a trouvé des fèves. Putain, je vous jure les gars, c'est chaud. Ouais, c'est le tableau que j'ai vu tout à l'heure. Mais putain, un téléphone de merde. Mais non, copier. Mais il est où là? Oh putain, mais c'est pas possible. Mais je vais pas copier l'URL, bordel, putain, avance la vidéo, putain, mais ta mère. Bon, bah il y a tué l'oiseau aussi. Putain, mais c'est où que j'ai vu le code? Non, c'est juste un peu avant. Encore un petit peu avant. Putain, vous assure, avancer une vidéo avec un téléphone, c'est vraiment une misère. Hein. Mais vraiment une misère. Donc là, il rentre dans la pièce, ok. Ouais, il me semble qu'il est dans la pièce. Ouais, il revoit l'autre, ok. Alors c'est plus loin. Voilà, c'est la pièce qui est là. Mais c'est qui? Putain. Bon, tu vas reculer, espèce de saloperie. Voilà, c'est là. Allez, fais pause, merci. Non, l'autre côté. Ah, bordel, je vous jure. Bon, je vais laisser. On va laisser continuer la vidéo parce que sinon j'en ai pour 3 heures pour trouver le bon passage. Déjà quoi, il se met dans les chiffres, en plus on voit quasiment pas la moitié. Bon, attendez, je vais faire un truc, parce que je crois que j'ai vu cette date-là. « 1211 ».
Well, I got it wrong.
Je me rends dingue. Il me rend dingue ce jeu. Putain, je vois pas l'autre chiffre, bordel de merde. Putain, vas-y pour avancer la vidéo comme ça, putain, c'est impossible. Je veux pas copier l'URL, bordel de merde. Écoutez là, putain, mais c'est pas possible, mais sérieusement, mais c'est impossible, impossible, impossible à gérer quoi. Impossible à gérer quoi. Bon, ça on a vu. Donc le dernier cri c'est 91. Donc ce serait 1100. Donc ça c'est déjà bon. Et là ce serait un... Enfin, putain, sa mère, putain.
Open sesame. Let's see what you've been hiding, Lord Murderer.
Oh bordel. Attendez. Hop. Non, c'est pas ça que je veux. Ça, je voudrais faire retour justement. Ici. Hop. Parce qu'il faut que j'aille faire un truc. Rebloody. Ouais, j'ai vite fini le truc là, j'arrive. On va vite fouiller ça, puis... J'arrive, attends, parce que...
Weakness of the Human Psyche by Killeur187666.
Ah, un nouveau symbole, ça c'est bon ça.
He says, it is possible to drill an idea into someone by constant daily repetition until the mind gives in. And goes on, there are hundreds of good ways to live life, but you only need one to convince the masses that it's the only one possible.
This is my mother's writing. I picked up her trail.
Ah bah ça c'est la note.
What is she up to? Obviously she wants to lure Mortimer somewhere, but where?
Ah ouais, c'est bien cette note là qui me manquait.
For Mortimer is a stone
Eh ben, je
sword.
pouvais la chercher longtemps.
It must be intentional. It looks like a decorative sword, like from a statue, for example. And judging by the state of it, I'm guessing it's been left outside for a long time. I've absolutely got to find out where it came from. It's locked. Fine-looking map of the Orient, indeed.
Eh ben c'est bon, on a répondu à ça.
A fine-looking map of the Orient, indeed.
Oui, allez. Oh. Mais putain, mais t'es sérieux, c'est l'autre à côté. Là, voilà. Bordel de merde.
Oh shit. How am I gonna get out of here now?
D'accord. Ah pour demain, celui-là. Ou dans 10 ans. La note là c'est bon. Alors attends, qu'est-ce qu'il y a encore d'autre? Ça c'est bon, je l'avais fait là. Ça c'est bon. Hop, les notes. Géographique, on s'en bat pour les couilles pour l'instant. Tout ce qui m'importe, c'est de récupérer toutes les notes. Ok, ça c'est fait. Là, ça doit être bon aussi. On va aller voir un peu la pièce là-bas au fond. Faisons étape par étape. Hein, parce que...
Using formaldehyde, just as disgusting as ever.
Something strange about this table.
Ouais, ça, on analysera ça plus tard. Oui, bah c'est bon, mais me remets pas le même, hein, je vais faire demi-tour. Putain, il faut vraiment de ma gueule. Hein. Donc ça c'est la fameuse boîte.
Strange. I don't recognize the alphabet.
I wonder where the pictograms are from.
Okay.
Is it Egyptian or Hebrew? There are two inscriptions on the sides as well as on the top. No way to know what's underneath. Absolutely no idea what it's for, but I find this cube fascinating.
Ah, celle-là aussi, ça va être un joli casse-tête.
Strange. I don't recognize the alphabet. I wonder where the pictograms are from. It isn't Egyptian or Hebrew. There are two inscriptions on the sides as well as on the top. No way to know what's underneath. Absolutely no idea what it's for, but I find this cube fascinating.
Ok, bon, ça c'est bon.
These are feathers. Pigeon, probably.
Là, y a rien. Là, y a un truc.
A skeleton by the name of Gustav. If the plaque on the plinth is anything to go by. Mortimer's given a name to his anatomy skeleton.
Encore une note. Encore une note ici, ça c'est parfait. Là, tu restes bloqué dans le tableau, c'est beau. Putain, mais sérieux quoi. Allez, avance, hein, putain, ça tabouret, tu vois pas, non?
Look, a pack of tarot cards. Has he been reading the cards? Mortimer? That would surprise me.
Interpréter le tirage, j'ai plus de trucs.
It is a typical draw on a line that answers a specific question. To the left, temperance. That announces a reward for one who patiently waits before taking any action. And in the middle, the chariot, which symbolizes triumph and business success. To the right, the emperor evokes a future full of power and stability.
Ouais. On veut bien avancer avec ça, quoi.
Some goat skulls, chicken legs. Now we all know what that's
Il fait du rétro-volume, quoi, le mec.
Three rusty old nails.
Ça a l'air d'être ça. Hein.
About 20 centimeters long.
Ça a l'air d'être ça. Donc ça on a vu. Alors c'est ça que je voulais aller. Allez, c'est là-bas.
That must be for writing the home pigeon messages. An iron mask. I wonder what it's for.
Ok. Il fait des trucs chelous, monsieur. Hein.
Carmelite water.
Ah, ça c'est bon.
If you drink this, it gives you a real boost.
Les notes. Ok, objet, ouais, nickel. Ça, je vais voir tout ça après.
Things, or is that an actual von Leeuwenhoek microscope? Incredible. Mortimer really is at the cutting edge of science. Even at the order.
A chest with a motif representing the alchemical symbol of fire.
D'accord, il y a encore plusieurs trucs. Et 3 pour déverrouiller celle de droite. Putain, je te jure.
Great, honey. A table of alchemical elements.
So, Lord Mortimer also studies alchemy? It seems like he's interested in everything.
Ok, ben ça c'est bon. Là il n'y a rien. Microscope, ça on l'a vu.
Three rusty old nails. They're about 20 centimeters long.
Ok. Bon, on a fait à peu près le tour. Hein.
Preservation using formaldehyde. Just as disgusting as ever.
Le tableau, il n'y a rien. C'est juste derrière. Ok. Au niveau du feu, il y a que dalle. Parce qu'il y a souvent des trucs. Des petits objets à trouver, mais là apparemment il n'y a rien. La bibliothèque non plus, ok. Au niveau de ma pompe, il n'y a que dalle non plus. Ouais, ça je l'ai vu tout à l'heure, ok. Bon, bah c'est déjà pas mal. Hein. On a déjà bien avancé aujourd'hui. C'est un peu la galère, mais on a avancé. Et là, ça verrouillé et ça donne accès apparemment à une autre pièce ou à une chambre. Et là, bah, il va falloir retrouver une autre date encore. Enfin, un autre code. Ouais. Mais bon, on va rester là pour aujourd'hui. On a quand même relativement bien avancé. Donc sur ce, bah, je vous dis une très bonne soirée. Portez-vous bien. On verra si on continuera un petit peu demain celui-là. Ou peut-être un autre jeu. Ou qu'il n'y aura pas de live demain, je sais pas encore. On verra bien. Donc sur ce, bonne soirée. Merci d'être passé en tout cas.